Welcome back to another live stream, guys. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punk, and we are in Unity 6.0. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. I'm gonna do a little recap before I jump into the coding, just to show you guys what we're up to, what stage we're up to. So I've just modelled the wizard to accompany this chest. We are going to be importing him first. So I'm just going to show you. So we've got the inventory, and the loot window for selecting the loot. And as you can see, the loot's getting added. We're going to kill 4 more, and then I'll show you the stash and how that works. So at the moment, the inventory is 40 slot, and the stash is 80. How did that drop double loot? I don't know why that's dropping double loot. That is on the bug fix. I'm not sure why that is doing that multiple times. So anyway, you come in here. And what you can do is you can click on an item. You see it highlights. So if we click on these, we can put whatever we want in the stash, and then we can come out and go back, and there they are. So what would be nice is, well, what we need to do is we need to put our wizard next to the chest, and we need to have the option for the player to be able to withdraw. They need to be able to withdraw the from the stash to their inventory. So if we go to inventory, there's basically inventory slot unavailable. Okay, let me go to the children. just looking through the code here, guys. Sorry, there's quite a lot of different bits of code going on, so I just need to make sure. Alright, so before we jump into the code, I want to put my wizard in the game. I feel like I should, because there'll be multiple wizards in the game. I feel like we should have a folder called wizards. So I'm going to keep a folder called wizards because there will be multiple wizards added. So this is the chest wizard. And there he is. Very cool. Okay, I need to remember what to do. So, Okay, cool. Right, so we need to do an animation controller for him. Okay, so wizard chest. Okay. So we need to give him we need to give him a thingy. And now he's not going to move, so that will make him solid for the player, but I want to give him a Navmash obstacle so that other NPCs won't won't knock him. They shouldn't be able to. So let's give it a test. Oh, I'm a numpty. I'm a numpty. I didn't give him the animation. Right, now what I noticed was I can walk through his staff. So let me just see if that works better. That looks so good. He looks so good! A new NPC! Okay. See if that mesh collider works. Because we don't want the player to stand on the staff. Why is that not working? I wonder if that's... Is that maybe because I put it on the game object and not the model itself? Interesting. Right, let's turn on a capsule collider. So you won't be able to walk on him, but we don't want you to walk on his staff. So I'm going to give his staff a mesh collider. Yeah, we don't want that, do we? See if that sorts the staff out. Right, why is that not... Right, so the wizard guy has the capsule collider on him. I guess what I'll have to do... Okay, so we're going to have to create a game object box collider and shape it to the staff. Okay, it's not a problem. So the main mesh, you won't be able to walk through the wizard. That's what we want. So on the right hand, we're going to create an empty and we're going to call this staff collider. What the hell? Why is it that big? Why was it so big? This is a pain in the arse. It's a bit of a pain in the arse that I put on the box collider on that staff, and it didn't. It just didn't apply it, which is it's just a bit of a nightmare, really. I would say that's pretty. So that's pretty good, guys. So basically the player won't be able to stand on that staff. Let's test it. I mean, I had to do the same when I had the player's sword. But I put on a collider and readjust the settings. There we go. So he's solid. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that is funny. I mean, the other option... Oh my god, now I'm on chest. The other option is that I just remove the box and let the staff point through the player. But... I don't know. I feel like it needs to be on there, but I don't want that happening. Let's just see how it is without that collider. I don't want players being able to do that, so I feel like I'll just have it so you can walk through the staff. It's so cool that you can kind of see through the gem. Yeah, I think we'll just have it like that. I mean, the option is we have it with the mesh collider on, the box collider on there, and the player can stand on his bloody staff and look ridiculous, or we just have it where you can walk through it, which I don't mind too much. I'd rather that than players being able to stand on the staff, so we're going to delete that staff collider. Alright, so we've got our wizard with his animation, the capsule collider, and he's got this nav mesh obstacle, so the roaming NPC shouldn't contact him. Right. So what we need to do now is save the project. Now, right. let me just refresh my memory. So for the inventory, finds the next available slot and occupies. Okay. I don't think I have a can withdraw Boolean. Okay, let's look at this. So we've already got all of that in place. The slot available function, event, sorry. If the inventory is full, that happens. If it's not, what do we do? We go through to check if inventory slots available in this list. We go through, find the available slots. Okay, this bit, just bear with me guys, because there is quite a bit to this. So this is the code for storing items in the stash. So when we click, we check if it has an active image component. If it does, we go into the stashes slot available. Oh, I do have a can deposit. Where? Oh, sorry, can deposit. Apologies. We check if can deposit is true. So if we go to the stash, can deposit false. So it follows the same code. So right, so we need to put a button Why did I create a variable called sibling index? It's not even used. Okay. Right, so basically we need to put this, we need to create a script graph for slot stash. And then we do this code, but we're going to be doing the reverse, and it's going to be inventory. Stash target. Hold on a minute. Get scene stash target. So where are we setting the scene? If we're in stash target, okay, so that's probably going to be on the stash, isn't it? Set set stash target, there we go. Okay. Okay. Right. So we don't. I don't think we need to. Right. So add to inventory list. Okay. I think the best thing to do here is to go to the stash container. So I've got inv slot and then the number and then stash slot and the number. So these ones have, at the moment these have just got an image component, and these ones have button and a script machine. So we need to create a script machine called slot stash. So let's first give it a button. So if I copy component and paste component. Oh, and then what we need to do on these is basically reset it. Perfect. So that would have saved me a lot of work the other night. I went through 40 times changing that, so all of those now have, for each of their individual buttons, individual game objects, it's each referenced to the correct target graphic. So that is the button component. So now we're going to save. We're going to add a script machine. So this is going to be new scripts slot stash. So slot inventory slot stash. Save. So we're going to copy that, sorry guys, I feel like I'm coming down with a little bit of a cold. I don't know where that's come from. Right, so all of these now have a button component and a slot stash. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy that and we're going to go onto here, just come out and check. Yeah. Okay, so basically we need to do the reverse. So what I'm going to do, just to keep it tidy, we're going to do this bit but for the inventory, and then for this one do that for the stash. So so add to inventory. So oh, hold on a minute. Oh, hold on a second. Can deposit. Can deposit. Can deposit. Can deposit. Where is that? Can deposit. So we've got can deposit. Where is that? Is it on this button? True. I mean, technically, the can withdraw is it's gonna act the exact same as can deposit, because the can loot is basically does the inventory have capacity? So you see here, if there's 40, game objects in the unavailable list, we say we can't loot, right? That means capacity. So the boolean I wanted to create of can withdraw, that's the exact same as what's happening here. So instead of creating a can withdraw boolean, we're just going to do the can loot check, because that's the same thing. Because can deposit is in here. So is the image active? So we're going to need to go to I believe the bone prefab. Check if slot is available and we can loot. So when we click on a stash item, we're checking, is there a slot available? Can we loot? But it's basically means can we deposit? Can we, like if we killed a monster, we'd be referring to that as looting. But if we're taking out the stash, putting in the inventory, it's withdrawing. But that boolean handles the same state. So I'm just going to keep that in there because we know that means, well, we know that it does the exact same thing. Okay, so when we click, we're checking is the image or active. If it is, we're checking if there's a slot available. Where's the bit when I did the message? Is it on here? Okay, so the next bit is to get, so that would be get the inventory children and inventory target. Get inventory, yeah. I know this might be a little bit confusing, guys, because I am hopping between multiple script graphs here, but I'm just making sure that it's done correctly with no errors. Right, so slot available in the inventory. Check if we can loot, well, deposit or withdraw. Get the child of the inventory, children. The index, what is going on? YouTube again, thank you. 10. Oh, I love the ad blocker. Oh God, so funny. Okay. Oh, okay, got ya. Yeah, so we're setting the sprite. Okay, so get the inventory child. So we're setting the inventory child to the sprite of whatever we're moving across, and the sprite with the file name, that's how we're going to handle checking what item, because the way I've named the sprite file names, that's going to be our check to to see, you know, for the tooltip browser and things like that. So that's all going to be based on the ID number. Okay. Child inventory target, get that. So that plugs into both nodes. So when we click it, we're checking, can we deposit? And if that's true, then we get that inventory child target, we set its image active, and we set the sprite to whatever the sprite is on this stash object. So now, instead of removing from inventory list, we're gonna remove from we're gonna remove it from this game object, and so this needs to be removed from stash slot. So star slot unavailable. Stash slot unavailable. And then add it to stash slot available. Set this game object sprite, because this is for the slot. So we set this sprite to nothing, and we set the image as off, and that should do it. We've basically done the reverse code up here. So if we just check, so the top row is for depositing to the stash, and the bottom one is for the inventory or withdrawing. So this is what we want. Everything on the bottom has to be inventory related, top should be stash. So stash can deposit, inventory can loot, inventory children and target, yep. And then we're setting the image and sprite active, and then here we're targeting the slash slot unavailable, and then slash slot stash slot available. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to move that there. Move that there. And then delete those ones. Okay. I'm quite excited to do the tooltip. That wizard, I'm so happy with him. He looks so cool. Right. I'm pretty sure this is going to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill a load of skeletons. We're going to deposit to the stash. And then we're going to withdraw from the stash, and it should hopefully work. Now, I haven't got in a stacking feature yet. That's going to be the next challenge. So let's go kill some skellies. So what we want to do is just basically get a full bag. We want to get a full bag of loot. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. I'm excited to see this working. We took about called it 2 hours 40 to model the wizard, and this is basically, it's kind of the last step of the stash, because we've got a working loot window. One little thing I want to change to it is when the loot window opens, what it does is it doesn't automatically select the first item in the list. So I think one slight refinement I want to do to that is to have it select the first item in the list. But then it might need a tiny bit more work there, because yeah, if the player's like already kind of in the loot window and loots the first one, you'd want the selection to go to like the next object. There is one slight bug with the skeletons rotating on death, which I need to fix, and I believe I know the fix for that. Okay, we're doing good on the loot, and we're level 2. Oh, you almost got me, mate. Almost. A few more kills. Ooh. Not getting a lot of gems this run. Being a little bit stingy. Okay, not many left. I know for testing I could easily spawn a load of items near the chest, but it's still good to do this repetitiveness because, you know, you can find bugs whilst we're doing this, like. Okay, 3 more items. Tell you what, that blood ruby is really rare. 1% drop chance. Okay, 1 more item. Right, let's go test it out. Okay, so if I just stack everything. And we're going to want a button to so you see here we've removed some slots, so if I put in the bone and then the topaz, it's doing exactly what we need it to, guys. That is amazing to see that in action. That is amazing. If I take out the gems, and then look at that. Oh, that makes me happy. We have got a functioning stash, a loot browser, an inventory. You can deposit, you can withdraw. I don't know if the way I've done it is industry standard. The way I've got it working is with 2 lists. 2 lists for inventory, 2 lists for stash. You have a slot unavailable, slot available for both inventory and stash. And at the moment, the way to track what items are being kind of placed is by the sprite. So all we have to do is get the string of the sprite and essentially yeah, you get the strings. So I know that the file name of the sprite is on my oh my god, what list is it? Hold on. Inventory ID, here it is. So this is the list here. At the moment there's only 5 game objects, so you know, if it's quadruple 01, we know it's the coin, but you're not going to be able to, there won't be a tooltip for that. So we can basically check, like on hover, if it's the bones, then you know, so if sprite string name equals this, then tooltip text equals that, description equals that. So that is how I was gonna handle the the displaying of it. I'm so happy to see that working though, like that brings me a lot of joy. That's so cool. Now, I don't know how to do it in C#, but I queried it with AI about how but at the moment we have basically four game objects. The coins is the 5th, but there's no tooltip for that because it's just the currency. But at the moment, if I wanted to display that tooltip, I would need to have the script graph and then have something to say, if string name equals this, then this is the text, and that would be done kind of like each segment. Like the script graph would just get really long with the code as we get more and more game objects come to the world. So if there's some way that I can kind of convert my Excel spreadsheet into a readable document, and then from that, basically, you know, if it's the bones that you're hovering over, you would find the string name of the game object sprite, and then go to that file, and then find that reference, and then on that same row, you pull the name and the description. That's what I need to happen, but I don't know how to do that because it will most likely involve C#. But that's a way that I can display the tooltip. And then again, you know, if you're in a merchant shop and you're wanting to sell some items, then you would basically what's the word? If you're in the merchant shop, it would kind of happen the same. So if you're hovering over an item and I don't know, it was an emerald, you would pull the currency from that spreadsheet, so its value, how much does the merchant buy it for. So that, I mean, at the moment we could get the tooltip working just with, because we've only got 4 game objects, we could get that in no problem. But I do need to look into how I can get that to work and read the Excel. So yeah. So anyway, that stash, the withdrawing works lovely. What would be nice is if we had like the option to deposit all. So if there was like if the whilst the inventory and stash is open, you would basically have yeah, if the inventory and stash was open, then you wouldn't. But basically, if you just had the inventory open in the general world environment, you wouldn't want the option to deposit all. You just wouldn't. But on the condition would be inventory and stash, or is stash open? If stash is open, then turn the canvas on for the UI buttons, because those buttons would probably be, I don't know if I'd want it on the same row here, because that's, at the moment it's just displaying the currency and nothing else. But I'm happy with that. I'm really happy that the stash is, it's really functional. I'm not getting any errors. So what we want to try and do is a stackable feature. Now there is a very thin 20 pixel gap between the items, so if I just withdrew all of this just so you can actually see, there's a little gap, there's probably enough of a gap there to display a number. So if we were implementing a stacking feature, you would do something like if stack equals 1, you wouldn't show it because there's one object. But if the stack is greater than 1, then you would show the UI with the number. So let's see if I can get a tooltip. So if I had a tooltip, right, so we know that the inventory is the left hand side. So if we had a tooltip for the inventory, then if we hovered over the bone, the tooltip should be to the bottom right of the cursor. If we're in the stash, it should be the bottom left, because when we get over to this side, you don't want the UI box being outside the game screen. So let's look at implementing a tooltip feature. So it's going to be a canvas, I think. So I'm really happy that works, by the way, guys. Super happy. We've got the it's just so nice seeing that work, like, with no errors. We obviously need a message as well on screen for when the player's bag is full. or when the stash is full. So tooltip, let's think. The tooltip is going to be a canvas element, and it should kind of function similar to. So it's gonna be an on hover. So in the code where we've got the slot item, you're gonna have an on hover. That would be. Let's just see if there is an on hover. I'm guessing mouse over. Let me just query that with AI. I've not used that function before. Pretty sure it does. Okay, so the on mouse over event is similar to the mouse hover behavior. It triggers when the mouse cursor is over the collider of the game object. Now, I have a suspicion. I have a suspicion that this is when the mouse enters a, what is it, the raycast target of the button, similar to how a normal collision box works. I'm guessing this is like on trigger enter, on trigger exit, and then while staying trigger. I'm assuming that's what that means. So you would basically want, I believe, those two. Now, I've not used these nodes before, but I would assume, because that way this would happen constantly. So and then when mouse exit, you would set the canvas Well, that's tricky, isn't it? If the stash is open, just trying to think how to do this. So when you enter, I guess you'd also want an on enter, because the on enter, these two should basically show and hide the canvas, and then this should show the information. So just trying to think the best way to do this, because this is going to be like I say, because I've not got a way of putting this, grabbing the information from the Excel until I've queried that. We're just going to have to manually say, like, if it's this, we're going to display this. So we need to make a tooltip. So at the moment, those sections are on the canvas slots. So we've got canvas stash. Okay, so we need to create canvas and then call it tooltip. And then we're going to have it with a similar thing. Like if I had it as maybe if I had it just as the header, so just the header with the name. Because what I don't want to do, I only want the player to be able to kind of look at these things when they're at the stash, because if we allowed them to use the mouse to browse whatever's in the inventory without being in the stash, it's basically going to freeze the player on the spot, so they could get killed by enemies if they're in that situation. So that's the only reason when we're in the stash, we freeze the player in the spot, we stop their input so they can't move, can't rotate the camera, and they can basically browse what they've got. So I may change that further down the line, but for the time being we'll just have this tooltip during the stash. Alright. So we're gonna add UI canvas. Let's go to canvas underscore tooltip. There isn't anything else on there. Right, so we're going to have to create a game object and call this So you'd have two variables, tooltip name, tooltip description, and then tooltip value as well, because you're going to need a value in that. Right, so it would be a vertical layout group. The container's got the grid. Okay. So if I just create a game object, I'll call this display. So we have essentially wrapped up the loot chest in terms of functionality, basic functionality. Stuff like withdraw all or deposit all is going to be something we're going to add in due course. But I just want to get this tooltip done. So we're going to have vertical layout group. I'm going to add vertical layout group. Child alignment should be upper center. Now top right. So top right position. If I just do center middle. And then we can set position X and Y to whatever the cursor is at. Control force expand. Right. Upper center. Okay, we don't need a script machine for this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the header, and we're going to paste that under there. This will be name. So this has the vertical layout grid. Now what we want to do is with that I don't feel it needs to be bold. So I'm wondering if I added the horizontal to that, would that make the bars shrink so they fit each other? So that's got the vertical because when we add in the description, that's going to be beneath. So with the name, if I give that horizontal layout group, upper center, width and height, no. So we want this tooltip to basically fit the control child size. I see, so it's going by, it looks like what it's doing is the vertical group, it's just as I expected. So it's going by the size of that box, which is a little bit annoying because you can see control child size. Seem to do it actually. Okay. See that padding? UI, how I love you. I wonder, can I give this a component? Parent has a so remove remove that from there. Horizontal. Okay. So where it says preferred size, where can I specify the preferred size? What's going on with the music? There's lots of playing around here with the UI. I feel like we're getting quite close to. There's just lots of different checkboxes to do with controlling size and height and things, and we kind of do need. We do need that the information in the box, you know, to expand on the horizontal. So at the moment, if I turn on auto size, that's just might be good. And then, so that's middle. Ooh, that's not good. Interesting. Right, we don't want that to shrink, so if I was to I guess you'd want it to expand on the width, not the height. Control child height width. Use child scale. Ah, there we go. Okay, we're getting somewhere. There we go. Okay, so that was... I'm going to do force expand on the height and see what that does. No, we don't want to expand the height. We're only going to want to do that for the description. So if I just did bones, and you can see there it just keeps going. So if I did Sword of Righteousness, now why has that gone on the same? The annoying thing is, I didn't do an enter there. when you do a space, interesting. Use child scale, control child size height. If I turn off height, there we go. Okay, so I'm just wondering if there's some padding. Is there padding on that? It's the margin. I remember the margin. Margin. Extra set. There we go. That's why the margin. Okay. But at least we've got it now. So that's literally staying perfectly. So we know that if we set the text, it's literally going to expand to fit whatever that is in the box. So then so control the size. So basically for the text you want these options, control the width, and then you want to use the height, but you don't want to do these because then it goes all weird. So so that's good. So what I now want to do is copy and paste, and this would be called description, and the colour of that will be black. So if I go to container, so it's 180. And then in the text, part of child size height. That's 180. Okay. Where can you set the preferred size? Where can you set that? Surely if there was a preferred size option, you'd have a field to put in your preferred size. It's like I don't want to play with too many settings because every time I make small adjustments on here, like that's just going to keep going really long. And we don't want a huge, we don't want an enormous tooltip. Like at some point you want to say, you want to say if the character length reaches a certain amount, then go to the next line, basically. Okay. Right, I mean, we've got this in here, so I'm going to rename that to description. That's white, that's that. I guess we'll give this a go then. I mean, it's pretty much working. So what we would do is you'd want to set the X and the Y. So if the mouse hovers over there, you'd want to set want to get the mouse's position and show it beneath there. So, right, if we turn off that canvas, we're going to need a scene variable for this. So this is going to be canvas Okay, it's going to need to be a scene variable, and the reason for that is because we're not going to be in the character graph, we're going to be in between the buttons for the inventory and stash, and the code for toggling this is if the stash is open, then you would only do that on mouse hover as well. So right, scene variable, so we're gonna do canvas and then call it tooltip, and it's gonna be a game object. So canvas game object, so this is basically where we toggle that canvas on and off. So canvas tooltip, and if we click on there, it's the canvas there. So we turn that on and off. So by default, it's going to be off. So save, and then canvas tooltip name, canvas tooltip name, it's going to be a game object, and it's going to be the text, and then canvas tooltip disk, we'll call it DESC, canvas tooltip desk, game object. Now for the moment I'm not adding in the value. You know, I mentioned about the value, so if you were to go to a vendor, like if you wanted to sell some items in your stash, you could see, oh that's quite a good amount of money, I'll take those and sell them. I'm not doing that just yet because I haven't added values to the items in the game just yet. But it's going to be easy enough to add that field to the tooltip. But like I say, we've got the canvas here, we've got the name and description. So okay, so So what am I doing? Right, let's go for the stash first. So we're going to say, oh, where did I? Oh, I had it on the inventory. Okay. Right, so on mouse enter, so when the mouse enters, is the stash open? Ooh. So we're on the inventory. Is the stash open? If the stash is open, we display the tooltip. So display it when we enter the trigger of the object. We want to set canvas, get canvas tooltip. Go to pyrometer. Set canvas enabled. Right, so on mouse enter, if we enter the mouse and the stash is open, which is the only time we want to display the tooltip. So if we enter it and the stash is open, we set the canvas tooltip like that. On mouse exit, do that. So we enter, we show the canvas, we leave, we hide it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to test if that works. So this is currently for the, oh, hold on, stash, there we go. Okay, so we're going to go kill a skeleton, we're going to get an item. We're actually going to get 2 items. And then we'll see what happens when we're in the stash if it displays the tooltip. Now at the moment we haven't put the code in to get the name. This is just a test that it actually shows up. I just have a feeling that on mouse over, okay. Okay. I just zoom out? Interesting. That is for the inventory slots. I wonder why that didn't work. Let's see if that works on mouse over. Interesting. See, I've not used these nodes before, these functions. How annoying. Why is that not showing then? Is stash open as true? Jesus, what node? Surely it's not going to need a trigger. It's not going to need a trigger, is it? Surely not. Maybe it does. Maybe that's why. Maybe it needs that doesn't seem right though. Box Collider 2D would make sense because it's not 3D. Surely not. I mean, I think that might actually work. It would make sense. Maybe it does need a 2D collider. I think that will work now. This is going to be very interesting. quite fun testing it though. Right. On mouse enter. This is crazy. Oh my god, that's why. Jesus Christ, that's why I wasn't picking up. It was 1 by 1 pixel. Right. I'm not sure on this. One thing I'm worried about is if people have different screen. Oh fuck. If people have different screen resolutions, I know that the collider, like this, could potentially change in size, and if that does, it could mean that the box collider's size might not. Unless you had something to get the width and the height of the. God. Let's just see if this works. Oh my god, so many different variables. Thinking about what could and couldn't happen. Why are you not showing? Come on, you've got to work for me. Please work. Right, I'm going for a bio break. I don't know why these nodes aren't working. I don't know if it's the trigger. BRB. Right. I really don't know why it's not working. Really don't know why. I need to query this with AI. I genuinely don't know why either of these are working. I've put a trigger on. There has to be an explanation for this. Has to be. Doesn't make any sense. remove the collider. Add an event trigger. Event trigger component. Oh. Pointer enter. Are you joking? Are you fucking joking? What? Pointer enter. Pointer exit. Connect these events to your script. Okay. Pointer enter. Pointer exit. If that works, I wonder if that is going to work. I don't know if I need to add anything into those events that I just added on. It's exciting to see if this will work. I can't believe it. So that's mad. That is actually mad. Look, can you see that, guys? It's working. That's all I needed to do. I just needed to add the event. That's ridiculous. I can't believe that. Okay, so right, so that is a little bit small, so I'm quite happy that we've actually got that, because that is actually quite small. So oh, right, so if we then close that, it's still there. So when you enter and leave, it's on. But then if we come out of there, it's still there. So So when the mouse enters it, okay, so I feel like where should we have this? It feels like it should be in here as I'll tell you what, before we finesse it, I can't believe it's that simple. Add the event triggers. Alright, so if stash is open, on pointer exit, on pointer exit, hold on a minute. So when the pointer exits, on the pointer enter, so when the stash is open, we show the tooltip. On the pointer enter, if we were to come out of the menu and the stash isn't open, we want to turn it off. On pointer exit, if the stash is so when we move our mouse over the button, if the stash is open, we show the canvas tooltip. On the button over, if the stash isn't open, we close it. And then when the pointer exits a button, if the stash is open, we do that. And then we also want to have on pointer exit, is the stash open? If it's not, we should also do that. Let's just test that, and then what we're going to do is we're going to get the tooltip to be at the position of the mouse cursor. This is really, really fun doing this. I just can't believe the function. Like, it's on pointer, it's not on mouse over, which, you know, you'd think it would be just, yeah. There we go. See, it's popping up there, guys. Bottom left, bottom in the middle screen. So if I'm on there and then I press escape, it disappears. Perfect. Right, let's get this to stay with the cursor. So pointer not pointer. So we want to get cursor. What's the difference between those? So you want to set, okay, we're going to need, I think we're going to need a scene variable for that now, which is a pain in the arse. So you've got the canvas tooltip, which basically will toggle the canvas on and off. Then we've got the name and description. If I do one called canvas tooltip pos, canvas tooltip pos, because that's what we're going to be setting. So I'm going to do that as a game object because we want to set the X and Y position. What is that? Rectangle? Is it going to be rectangular transform? Yeah, rectangular transform. Okay, so we're in the inventory slot. If I just do... Okay, so get the mouses X and Y. So, and at the moment we only have this code on the first button. Why is it glitching like that? That's weird. Why is it spazzing out like that? What's going on there? Interesting. I wonder if it's because of that. I have a feeling it's because of that. No, it can't be. Okay, so why is it jabbing out like that? So if I just do that and plug that. Why did it drop double loot? What is going on there? Should it be dropping double loot? I'm wondering if it's the sort order. If it's kind of conflicting, like if it's trying to fight for the screen space. I think that might be why it's flickering. I'm not sure. No idea why that flickering's happening. Oh, bottom left, you see that? That's right at the bottom left of the screen. Okay, so that was definitely the wrong one. So get the mouse position. So negative Y goes down the screen, positive X goes across. Okay. Oh my god. I just realised why that's not working. Absolute numpty. I hadn't plugged it in. What a silly Billy. I wonder if that's why it was jabbing out like that. So annoying. Let's do 50 and 50. That flickering's really annoying as well. So I've done quite a jump in the position there. Oh, interesting. It's almost like it was flickering on top of the object. How interesting. We want the tooltip to kind of stay close to the cursor. getting there, guys. We are getting there. Okay, so you see what's happening there? Okay, we've got... no, that's not really going to work. One option we have... So we've got a problem if we go from the left to the right. So when we go from right to left, right, so we need to add a bit more on the X, so probably 20 on the X, I think. But ideally what I'd like it to stay I'd like it to stay with the cursor as it was before. This is so annoying. We need it to basically Um, hmm. Hmm. God damn it. So when we go up, it's there. Okay, I have an idea. I'm gonna do. I love my wizard. He's a cool dude. Okay, so basically it's setting that position to the middle, so if we go too high it goes up there, so it does need to come down. So if we brought that down by -10 and then across by 10 maybe? Sorry, 1 second, guys. That stops it clashing with the top bar there. Maybe go across another 10 pixels. Oh. Right, so 10, 70. Does it need to go beneath it? Okay, I think 5 pixels across, and let's go to 40. Sorry, I know this is a little bit repetitive, guys, but I'm just fine-tuning it so it's in the right place. But also, when the player's moving the mouse over it, I want it to kind of move with the cursor as it was. Now, when we were getting the position of the cursor in the first instance, it was working, but it was a little bit glitchy. Right, so that's just wondering, instead of getting the mouse position, why don't we just get the position of the game object? That way we can have the description box I don't want to put it beneath because I'm worried about the I'm worried about the box going off the screen. I mean, there is actually a good way to test this. They're positioned. So let's try left and see what happens. See, that's the problem. As the boxes will get bigger, that's why I'm trying to get this to go to the right hand side. I'm just slightly puzzled. I guess we don't need to worry about that for the moment. So if we if we just turn this on, so if we were to hover over an item, would you want the tooltip to appear? just wondering if you'd want the tooltip to put, so if you hovered over here, like it would show beneath maybe. What I'm also curious about is this. What? Did I even need that? Can I remove that? I don't think I even need that, guys, because on the on the first inventory slot, I only had that component with the pointer events, but on the second inventory slot I didn't have that and it was still functioning, so I don't think we need that component on the on that slot. So I'm going to try a different method, but what I need to figure out is how to get the text to go to the right and not... Yeah. Oh, I should have picked up another one really. Let me just get another one. Welcome to the stream. Right. So yeah, that event works fine. So if it would be nice if the box was, if we just got the position of this. So it would basically display beneath it, and then I mean, ideally I want it to follow the mouse as I'm moving over the item. The other option, because you can see when we come from left to right, it's right there, and then we go across. Let's try that and see how that looks. Hey, Longar. Yeah, he's non-interactable. You can't talk with him. But he's basically, it's this storage chest is like provided by the wizards. They're not introduced in the game yet. This is the only one. He's like from the Enclave, and they're just the ones that control this magical storage chest that's accessible in the different areas throughout the game. So it's just more a little kind of narrative. Like Titan Quest has its own kind of storage chest. It's got like it's like a mule merchant, like a wandering merchant. So you know, it was just to give it a bit of like reason for why it's there. If I didn't have the wizard and just a random chest, you know. I'm sorry you don't like the in-game music, dude. I'm just working on the tooltip at the moment. I have the inventory and the stash working really nicely, dude. We can deposit and we can withdraw. what I'm trying to do is just get this tooltip to you see here where you go over an item, you get a little description. I kind of want the tooltip to move kind of at the corner of the mouse. It's just a little bit tricky to get it spot on. I feel like if it was on the right hand side of the mouse, like in line with the mouse but to the side, let's check the Y. So the Y is -40. If I did -20 and then did 100, I don't know what this does. Wow, there's quite a lot of stuff there. Maybe that would be better actually. So that rectangular transform. This is really tricky. How are you doing anyway, Long Arm? You good? Almost there. Just needs to be a couple of pixels higher. What snacks? Crisps, chocolate, sweet, savoury. Need info. Need deets. Oh, if we had an on update. I guess if we had an on update. If we just had an on update. Now that's always gonna be active. Set the canvas. Let's see if that will do the job. So basically, on update, we are setting the position of the tooltip to whatever the mouse's cursor is. Let's see if that might be better. Raspberry lemon cake, nice. Not had that before. I've had strawberry cheesecake, and not raspberry lemon cake. Sounds nice. Oh, that's better, isn't it? Oh, that's so much better. It now moves with the mouse. And then if I press escape, oh, that's so much better. Right, so now we need to basically refine the pixel. Actually, I might be able to do this. If I double click there. Don't know why I didn't do this before. Instead of faffing around. Right, so what's that? So to get it closer, right, I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop it 30. Okay. I'll drive 50. Okay, and then go 90. I don't know why I didn't do this before. Okay, so we can bring it back to probably 80, and then go 45. Oh, look at that. Now the only problem is, I think it does need to be beneath the cursor, because where that might extend, I think I'm actually going to have it to the side. Now, the reason... Yeah, I think I'm going to have it at the side. Basically, the way the UI works, there's quite a few different options on controlling the size of the child and things. And when we're going to get game objects that might have a much longer name, that box is going to change. And basically we don't want the box being too close to the top. And I can't really have it. I have to have it aligned on the right hand side there, like if it's on the oh my god. If it's on the inventory, it needs to be on the right hand side. If it's on the stash, it needs to be on the left, so that the box doesn't kind of come off of the screen space. I mean, that does look pretty nice. If I brought that down on the Y to maybe 50. Let's try 65. Okay. Probably bring it up to 60. Yeah, that's good. Okay, right. If we just try that full screen, so that's 80 and 60. Let's try that full screen. Why does that come up even... It's come up even lower. But if I do that, it's really close. Okay, we'll bring that up to 45. Alright, so at the moment on update we are setting the position of that So on update, on pointer enter, if the stash is open, show the tooltip. When we exit the item, we turn it off, and if the canvas tooltip is not active, sorry, if the stash is, so when we exit an item, we hide the tooltip, and if the stash is closed, we also hide it. And then on update, this gets the mouse's position. Tricky that is, because you saw me playing that in windowed, like I did it full screen, it was a different position, but then when I double click the game to go to a smaller screen, it's tricky getting that to the exact variables. Right, what we're going to do is, so we're on slot inventory, so what we need to do is get the name, so get image component. So get image source image. Okay, so name. Just had name. What the hell? Oh, get name. Okay. Right. So now what we're going to do is this is going to get the name of the of this, the ID. So This is what I mean about this. Jesus Christ. With this code, because I don't know how to kind of get my spreadsheet into a readable format within Unity so I can grab all the data from that. Because at the moment there's only 4 game objects. But there's going to be like just for the moment, whilst we've only got 4 game objects, I'm going to do it this way until I find a way that I can kind of get this spreadsheet and to read like the columns to get the data. Like that's the easiest way, I just don't know how to do it. It's not something I'm familiar with. Right, we need to go to the, if we go to here, so if it's 2, which is the bones, so now if I just delete out that and that, save, welcome to the stream, Awen. Right, basically, you see what I'm doing here? God. I'll show you in a second the tooltip I've got working. It's working quite nicely. Essentially, this bit of code here is going to be needed for every time I need to check the sprite reference. The way I'm setting the data in the tooltip is based on the sprite ID, and the sprite ID is on my spreadsheet. So essentially, I've googled this. No, sorry, I've asked AI about this. It's not something I've done, and I'm pretty sure it's going to need C# to some degree. What I want to do is, in the event that on the update for the tooltip, we're basically getting the name of the sprite we're hovering over. We're getting the UI ID that I've made, right? And then essentially, whatever that ID is, you then want to get set the name as I am there. So you would set the name based on column 2 of that ID, and then the description would be column 3 of that ID. Now I've got a column for value that I've not done yet, but that's all I need to happen, or else I'm just at this moment I'm gonna have to have this, just because I don't have any other way of doing this at the moment. So you see, but you get the idea. And you can imagine the amount of game objects that are going to get added is just going to get crazy, dude. There has to be a way. I remember my lecturer talking about spreadsheets, and I'm sure of it, and I'm sure he mentioned some way of reading the data. And I know it can be done, I just don't know how. And I'm not a hard-line programmer. You know, this is the way I code, so. Scriptable objects. When I asked AI about this, it said something about saving the EXO as a CSV or a JSON. Does that sound familiar to you? Right, I'm going to show you the tooltip in action. Are you ready, Awen? Are you ready? Are you ready for fun? The variable of sprite has not been assigned. Well, of course it's not. Oh wow, that frame rate's choppy. Jesus. The variable That's better. Seriously, bro. Alright, we want a gemstone. Well, I'm thinking for this particular exception, I might have to somehow use C#. Only for the purpose of having some accessible thing to read the data I need to set the information in the tooltip. Or else I'm going to have an absolutely enormous script graph. Like, you can imagine the amount of game objects that will get introduced over time. It's just going to be ridiculous. So basically, I think what I might need is some C# that can somehow... I don't know how to do it, that's the problem. I've got an Excel spreadsheet with all my data. Starting on the second row is the first ID of a game object. So basically, when you hover over a game object in the UI, when you hover on it, it gets the oh my god, it gets the name, the description, and the value, and displays that in the tooltip. So, you know, it doesn't seem too hard. It's just, how do I go about that? Like, what's the best way? I don't mind. What are you doing, dude? You're pushing me out of the way. Right, why is that? Oh, you know what? I'm going to move that. Hold on a second. I think what might be better is that. Make an item object. Have you been playing around with Visual Script then, by the sounds of it, Owen? Now it's not even showing. What the? How annoying. Yes, it is, yeah. The reason why I'm using the sprite with the specific naming is so that I should be able to get the name. Why is my thing? I'm confused. 1 second. I'm confused why that's not. Ah. I wonder if that's why I wasn't doing it, because there was completely nothing in there, even though that should still work. Let's try that again. So are you saying you're creating... Oh, fudge cake. So are you saying you're just creating a load of like essentially prefabs? Are you creating a load of prefab game objects and then depending on, is that how you're doing it? I don't know what a scriptable object is. That's not something that I don't think I've worked with yet. Wow, we just got quadruple loot. How? I don't know how that's happening. I can't at the moment. I need to go to bed soon, dude. It's 6:40 in the morning. I was modelling the wizard, and then I've managed to get. I've got the stash working. So on the right hand side, you see here. That's working. But for some reason, this is not. Like I have the ability to store from my inventory and withdraw from the stash. So, and we've got the wizard. So I've kind of got the tooltip displaying quite nicely. Just that text isn't getting set, and it should be. If you're getting the name of the sprite. Maybe do that in the next stream. I won't have time for it because I'm going to be calling the stream soon. Why is this not working? Don't know why that's not working. Like that code, get name. If the string of that equals that. Maybe it was the wrong node. Hold on, why is there a space at the end? What? Why is there a space at the end? Maybe that's why it's not working. Oh my god. You're joking. There was a space at the end for some stupid reason. I think that's why it wasn't working. God's sake. Can't believe that. Alright, so we need to get a gem drop. Perfect. Can't believe that. One little space. There we go. And there we have it. There's the tooltip. What do you reckon? You have to bear in mind that the size of that tooltip, we're not playing true full screen because we're simulating in a window. Unless... Oh yeah, that's nice and readable. I know you can't really see it there, but it's pretty nice, isn't it? It's pretty nice, isn't it? Just having a little box there. I was saying whilst I was setting this up, I was a little bit concerned about if you kind of, it's the size, as we get different objects with longer names and descriptions, potentially, the box is going to expand, and at the moment it basically stretches outwards. So what it will do is it will go from the center point, it will expand left and right. I'm really happy with how it is at the moment. But I basically need to make it so it expands kind of to the right, so because I don't want it going off of the screen space. But that's a refinement. I mean, at the moment, I know you can't really see it, but yeah, it does the job. Right, what we'll do, I'm just gonna copy that code. So that works as a temporary solution until, like, I'm back at uni tomorrow, next week. So I'm gonna query this with my lecturers and just say, look, this is what I want to do. I'm sure they'll have the answer. I know you're saying about scriptable objects, but I'm just thinking if there is some way that I can import my spreadsheet and convert that data into, I don't know, some kind of list or something. Like essentially you could have four lists. So you'd have inventory ID, so list of inventory ID, list of object name, list of description, list of value. So on game start you would create a list based on all of those objects. So then index 1 of all of that for the first item. So if I just bring it over, so where we've got that one, the first game object, if you're adding those things to a list, they'll all be the same index, and then you do the next in loop, you would add the next one, so that'd be the second index. So that way you'd be able to kind of just have a simple node that would check the lists. So when you hover over an object, you'd find the sprite, get its index, and then set the other things based on that. And I wouldn't, because at the moment this is for 4 game objects. It's just going to get huge with the amount of stuff I'm going to add over time. So yeah. Right, so this node here, where we're setting this, what I could probably do is I could probably take this out and put this in the player thingy, and if I just put that there, give it a thing. Sorry. Sets position of the tooltip UI based on cursor position. So I can go into the inventory slot, delete that out of there, and then put this up there. So then on so we're in slot inventory, so if I copy this, put this in slot stash, so slot inventory, slot stash. Right, let's just test if this works. So this way the tooltip will show on both inventory and stash. And then I know there's going to be a refinement needed because longer names, longer descriptions, it's going to expand that box and it will go off the screen. So there's not a bug there as such, it's just something I'm aware will happen, and that's going to be down to that's going to be down to the settings in the layout groups, the vertical and horizontal layout groups. because I've used them a fair bit in this game to handle the loot browser, the inventory, the stash. So it's all very heavy on the UI settings. Okay, so we've got a number of gems there. It'd be nice to get another gemstone. Maybe an emerald. Let's see if we can get lucky and get an emerald, guys. Chaos emerald. Go supersonic. Hey, there's our emerald. GG. Oh, can't get some. Oh, another emerald. Beautiful. I love it. Okay. So we're expecting the canvas buttons to now show. So here we go. We've got our tooltip. So emerald, bones. Simple description. I love that I've got at the moment this consistency of colour scheme, and I know that the box at the moment is temporary placeholder, so we've got this kind of semi-transparent black layer to just make the items pop a bit more visible. I will be designing the UI in Photoshop at some point, so it actually looks nice. But this is fully functional. So what we're going to do, we're going to move these across and just check. Yes, it's working, baby. See here? See what I was saying about the tooltip? Going off the screen. So what I need to do is on that code, the on update where I'm setting the position, basically needs to like I was thinking, like over here, if we had like, if we're on the inventory, the box should be to the right hand side of the cursor. If we're on the stash, it should be to the left hand side. I mean, that would be a way of it avoiding going off the screen, or we keep this consistency with it being in this place, and then when you get towards the end, like somehow do a check if the box is out of the screen space, then you know, I have like a safety net to keep it in. But I'm really happy with that at the moment. Like, it's a nice little tooltip, and like I say, guys, we're at 0.82 scale, so this will be larger. I mean, I can read that, but when it's actually normal scale, that should be a nice size. So we can take from the stash, we can deposit to the stash. Feels really, really nice. The tooltip is just very handy. And then what I'll probably do is have like a little, I could even have like a footer to that tooltip with a value. I've not decided on values yet because I'm not at the stage where I'm going to be creating a merchant. But the fact that I've got the loot browser, the inventory, and the stash, the merchant isn't really going to be any different. Like, the merchant would have stock items, and then you'd be able to buy those items from him. Say if he sold like a bow and arrows, like you could click on the bow and it would do the same check that the stash and the inventory do. Check capacity if you've got a free slot, and then if you've got the value, if your value currency equals the cost, then you know, deduct from the value and add item to your bag. And then yeah, I'm just really happy with this functioning. Like, I've never done this before, and it's really exciting. It's a lot of hard work at times with the UI because, you know, there's so many different settings and so many variables and loads of stuff, but just getting something up and running and functioning is just really nice. And like I say, I am planning on having like a deposit all button, and stackable as well. We still need to have a look around into stacking items. So, you know, you do a check and say, get the oh my god, what is it? Get the name of the sprite. When you move one, you get the name of it and say, does it exist in the stash? If it does, then don't add it to the list, but add it to a bit of a, oh my god, I can't get my words out. Add it to like an integer. So the integer would be the count of the stack. And that would display as like a little number, possibly at the bottom. So the way I would do that is I would give each slot game object a variable of quantity, and then, you know, if quantity is above 1, then you would show like the sprite. And what we'd do is we'd create a sprite which would be the tooltip TextMesh Pro, and then we'd set that value, that text based on do an integer to string. So that's the way I would do that. So I feel like that actually be quite easy to implement a stacking feature. And then, you know, if you click an item, you would check, is the quantity, is there more than one? If there is, deduct 1, set the sprite of a game object. So I feel like I know how I could easily do that. But I'm going to call the stream there, guys. Super happy with it. I hope you guys have enjoyed this stream. It's been an interesting one. Like I say, we've modelled the wizard. He was on a separate stream, modelling stream. He was about 2 hours 40 to model, and fannying around with the animations and having a good old laugh. But I'm super happy with him. He looks really cool. He looks really cool. And we've got the chest. So, like I say, a couple of bits to refine. But all in all, really happy with that. So I'll need to decide on what to do next. I know there's a couple of bug fixes to do. So maybe the next stream we could do some bug fixes. Maybe start playing around with the quantity, stackable feature on the chest. That would enhance it more. And yeah, so I'm going to call it there, guys. Hope you had fun. If you are watching and you haven't already, feel free to follow if you want to stay up to date. If you want to see any previous game dev streams, go check out my YouTube below. I've got stuff for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play version 1.0 of this game, it's available on my itch channel below. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you in the next stream. Stay safe.